lesa siri dalanda pahasa set heti janaya puja karana lesa surpura siriya para yana ramya vimana batiyin balava dalanda himi veda sitina
කන්දරට සිදු කෙරෙන අසිරිමත් පෙරහැර මංගල්‍යයේ රන්දෝලි පෙරහැර මංගල්‍යය වීදි සරන්නට සියල්ල සූදානම්. ප්‍රථම රන්දෝලියට නන්දෙසින් පැමිණි ජනීජනයා මේ වන විටත් මේ වීදි සිසාරා ඉතිරි පැතිරී ඉන්නවයි කිව්වාට වරදක් නැහැ. ඒ තරමටම මේ ප්‍රථම රන්දෝලිය සියසින් දකින්නට මේ නුවර වීදි සිසාරා ඔවුන් පැමිණ සිටිනවා. නිවසේ සිට ඔබ මේ පෙරහැර නරඹන වග අප දන්නවා. ඒ නිසාම ඔබට netumaaniyට මේ රූකාවයේ අවස පිළිබඳව කතා කරද්දී විශේෂයෙන්ම කදිරපුර වාසනා හස්තියා සදහතුක පෙරහැර කරඬුව වැඩවීමට වරම වාසනාව හිමි කර ගන්නවා. හැම දිනම උත්තරීතර වූ කාරණාව ඉටු කරන්නට යෙදෙන්නේ කියලා. එහි අද ප්‍රථම රන්තෝලි මංගල්‍ය නැතිනම් පෙරහැර මංගල්‍ය වීදි සරණ මොහොතේ වීදිවල සිට ඔබ නරඹන වාසයෙන් නිවසේ සිට ඔබ නරඹන වාසයෙන් ලොව කොතැනක සිට හෝ නරඹන ඔබට අප මේ රූපකාව්‍ය ලබා දෙන්නට පියෝ ටීවී නාලිකාංක 20 ඒ වගේම ඩයලොග් ටීවී නාලිකාංක 20 ඒ වගේම පියෝ ටීවී නාලිකාංක 310 ඔස්සේ ප්‍රීසෙට් නාලිකාංක 2 ඔස්සේ මෙය ඔබට අප සමීප කරනවා. ඒ වගේම සයිබර් ගණනක ඔස්සේ දලදා මාලිගාව සංකත සයිබර් අවකාශයන් ඔස්සේ මේ රූපකාව්‍ය ඔබට නරඹන්නට වරම වාසනාව ලැබෙනවා. 6:44 වෙනි සුබ මුහුර්තයේ දකුණු දිශාභිමුඛව පෙරහැර මෙලෙස ගමන් ආරම්භ කරන්නට යෙදුණා.
நன்றி ஜெயநாத். அனைவருக்கும் மகிழ்ச்சியான மாலை வணக்கம். இயற்கை எழில் கொஞ்சும் கேண்டி நகரின் ஸ்ரீ தலதா மாளிகையினுடைய 6வது ரந்தோலி பெரஹராவானது தற்சமயம் 6:44 ஆரம்பமாகியுள்ளது. இதில் புலத்திசி ராஜா சிங்கராஜா யானைகள் அணிசூழ வாசனா யானையின் மீது புனித தந்த பிள்ளையானது எடுத்து வரும் காட்சி காணக்கூடியதாக இருக்கிறது. இதை நேரில் காண முடியாதவர்கள் டயலாக் தொலைக்காட்சி 20 பியோ டிவி 20 ப்ரீசெட் 2 மற்றும் ஸ்ரீ தலதா மாளிகையினுடைய ஃபேஸ்புக் மற்றும் யூடியூப் தளத்தினூடாக கண்டு மகிழ முடியும். தமாஷி, இது உங்களுக்கான வாய்ப்பு.
Thank you, Duakaran. Kandy Esala Perahera 2026, where devotion meets faith and the centuries-old heritage comes alive. The Sankatagarapura streets are filled with the devoted spectators anticipating to witness the first Randoli procession of Kandy Esala Perahera 2026. Tonight, the sacred relic casket will be carried by the majestic tusk Katargama Vasana, accompanied by Pulatisi Raja and Singha Raja. The ceremony's procession has already commenced at the auspicious hour of 6:44 p.m. towards the auspicious direction of south. While those of you who are in Kandy will get a hands-on experience witnessing the first Randoli procession, those of you who are at home can still be watching the Perahera on Pure TV channel number 20, 310, Dialogue Television channel number 20, FreeSat channel number 2 and all the official social media platforms of Sri Dalada Maligawa. May the blessings of Kandy Esala Perahera be with you all. Stay tuned with our live streaming.
Samido Pehitai. We are delighted to welcome you to the special live broadcast of the first Randoli Perahera of the Kandy Esala Perahera 2026. Brought to you by the Media and Special Projects Bureau of the Sri Dalada Maligawa, Kandy.
You are now seeing the Perahera officials obtaining permission and blessings of the Diyavadana Nilame, the lay custodian of the sacred tooth relic, before commencing their street perambulations.
This is the handing over of keys by the Diyavadana Nilame to the officiating bhikkhus. And now the Diyavadana Nilame will be making his way from the upper level, Ihadamalaya, to the lower level of the chamber, known as the Pathamalaya of the Vedasitina Maligawa, and he is seen ceremoniously and reverentially carrying the Perahera casket. Under the protection of the custodian, venerating prelate of the Askiri Mahavihara, Venerable Vendaruwe Upali Anunayaka Thero, towards the ceremonial tusker under much veneration, amidst the offering of light, sounds, scents and flowers, all the way the upper chamber, till it is placed on the awaiting tusker.
We are now seeing the Perahera casket, which contains 32 relics of Lord Buddha, being placed within Ranhilige, that is mounted on lavishly costumed tusker, who will uplift the majesty of this great procession.
And this is the devout moment when the royal tusker shall step majestically down from the Mahavahalkadal, the main entrance, onto the Sandagala, the moonstone, amidst the tune of traditional Nagasingha music, in preparation to parade the streets of the Kandian city.
Today, the royal tusker will be the Tusker Vasana, will be accompanied by Pulatisi Raja and Singharaja. This is the special live broadcast of the Media and Special Projects Bureau, Sri Dalada Maligawa.
The procession was commenced at the auspicious time of 6:44 p.m. and it will proceed via Sri Dalanda Street, the Senanayaka Street, Pansala Road, Deva Street, Srimad Bennett Soisa Street, the Senanayaka Street, Cross Street, the Senanayaka Street, King Street, and then return to the temple of the sacred tooth relic.
Walking up front with the sound of thundering whips piercing through the skies are the whip crackers announcing that the procession has commenced, and these whip masters are tasked with clearing the way for the sacred relic casket and the king.
When looking back at history, in the ancient times, it was the ruling king who would parade the streets in these Peraheras, but now it is the Diyavadana Nilame, the lay custodian of the sacred tooth relic of Lord Buddha, who will resemble the king in the modern day Peraheras. And this is the troop of whip crackers, which is led by Mr. Upali Jayaratna.
The Perahera is believed to be held in the prayer for timely rainfall, and the elements of the Perahera is structured in symbolic way that it paints the imagery of the rainfall.
The whip master's duty is handed down from generation to generation of their clans, and only those who have mastered the art of whip cracking will be taken to participate in the Kandy Esala Perahera. According to traditions, a Perahera which does not have this pedigree are not even being called such.
In single file, we see the whip masters carefully manipulating their whip that is nearly 7 feet in length, and it's made of fully out of natural materials known as niyaga and navapatta, which indicates how traditions have been preserved and authentic methods have not been changed throughout the parading history of 1716 years.
It can be noticed how these whip masters are untying the knots that are formed with the whipping, and that is symbolic to the various problems that we face in this journey of life, where we too spend a careful expense of mind in untying our problems down our own walk down the journey of life.
Many onlookers who are seated around the city of Kandy witness this Perahera can be seen throwing thousands of coins to the streets in belief that this practice will ward off and evil from their loved ones and for the blessings from the sacred tooth relic.
This is a beautiful tradition that highlights the basis for giving, offering and sharing among the people of our land. Sri Lankans are among the top in the world's giving index. That is indeed an outcome from the social influence of Lord Buddha's teaching. Regardless of how rich or poor they are, they offer their coins in great devotion and joy to the Perahera as their minds are conditioned in giving.
An ancient poem translated from the book Sangarajavata recites the story of the Kandy Esala Perahera as follows. The kingdom of Senkatagala, the procession of the month Esala, held from times ago in favor for gods above, led by grace of the Buddha, followed by the deities, the Perahera shall perambulate just as the king did commemorate.
The cooling breeze that blows from the surroundings, from the Udavatta forest on the right, and from the Kandy lake on the left certainly creates the feel of how nature too contributes to the Perahera by displaying its unmatched unique forms of beauty to this Perahera that shall bless our country all the time.
times before, the Dalada Perahera commenced 1716 years ago. It was just the Satara Devala Perahera that comprised of the god Natha, Vishnu, Kataragama and Pattini, which still follows the Dalada Perahera as part of the old tradition. The order of these Devalayas are in fact lined up in the order in which the gods shall be attain Buddhahood as per its belief.
And when it comes to a Randoli Perahera from a Kumbal Perahera, there are a couple of differences that can be identified. The Devadana Nilame, or the lay custodian of the sacred tooth relic, himself shall be walking in the Perahera. The state flags and brass flags will be included in these 5 days of Randoli Peraheras. The Gajanayaka Nilame will start wearing rich coloured attire and have the gold ankus instead of the silver ankus. And elephants will be dressed in white coloured attire instead of coloured attires instead of white attires like we saw in the Kumbal Peraheras. Behind the relic casket will be the devotees walking with flowers and lamps, and the offering of honey by the indigenous people of Sri Lanka or the Adivasi took place today as per the customs of the first Randoli Perahera with the grace of the indigenous leader Uruvarge Vanila Atto. With the world changing while revolutionizing ancient cultures, traditions and practices, one would wonder if the same diminishing cultures apply to these ancient Kandian traditions too. Certainly not. For Sri Lankans, this is a devotion, and this is the same reason why we see the very young to the very old of people taking part in the Perahera to give out their best. And this is truly a good sign for the future of the Perahera. This procession is a true reflection of Buddhist worship, while it also represents a frozen image of ancient service known as Rajakarya, where people of different occupational castes perform duties to the king in return for enjoying their utility of royal land and grants.
Rain does not come with thunder alone. Just as lightning flashes across the skies, the procession too has its flashes of light dancing across the faces of people lining in the streets to watch. These are the fire dancers who are offering fire, inviting the rain gods to water our lands with the rain. In fact, this troupe of fire acrobats are led by Mr. E.D. Tilakaratna.
Even though it seems very paradox to learn that we offer fire to seek for water, this phenomenon of nature is magnificently depicted by this group of fireball dancers who perform this thrilling stunt of acrobatics while illustrating how lightning comes with the rain.
The turning of the fireballs called Pandampaliya, which paints the night with varied patterns of light using both hand and feet along with the thrilling episodes of fire stunts.
Back in history, Kandian performing arts have been classified into 5 variants which were known as Vahala Ilangama, Singakari Ilangama, Natum Ilangama, Kavikara Maduwa, and the Thambabara Pittukari Ilangama. Interestingly, it was the king's order that all 5 of these classifications must be performed in the Perahera, which is a royal order that is still being obeyed since the ancient times till the modern days.
The classification of Vahala Ilangana that was mentioned before comprised of acts that create a sense of thrilling among the spectators, and the fireball dance we see in front of us is such an example of performing art that belonging to the Vahala Ilangama.
Yes, the fireball dance is performed in 3 levels that are known as Bintalaya, the low level, and the Madatalaya, the mid level, and Ahastalaya, the sky level. That is definitely the highlighted episode of the fireball, which you are witnessing now. That is performed standing on each other in great discipline and balance.
The oil soak rags are tied to an iron wheel with the leather thongs attached to it, and once they are lit, the dancers perform their acrobatic dance by turning the fired wheels fast, gradually increasing its speed to match the real feel of lightning itself.
The sun, moon, earth, universe, solar month, night and day are all cyclic, and the fireball dance in highlight these universal cycles while depicting how they burn and cool us in our life cycles. The dancers also paint the fiery cycle of samsara, that is flooded with desire, ignorance and anger that are highlighted by the chakras. The splendor of the dance is seen when a large group of them perform simultaneously, merging their various fiery elements into an amazing display of light and heat. The tradition is handed down from generation to generation, with individuals of all ages, from the very young to the very old, taking part in the displaying of priceless and cultural heritage of their clans.
The dancers, being mindful of the part that fire plays in dispelling darkness, cooking, protecting crops, and chenas, are seen taming the fire and making it an offering to the sacred tooth relic of Lord Buddha, while creating curiosity, satisfaction, and amazement on the onlookers. The dancers are seen creating their paintings of fire across the night sky as they move in the procession. For the children, it's a fire play, but for the experienced adults, it is a devoted and committed fire offering.
Next in line of the procession are the Buddhist flag bearers, who are clad in white national costumes, who are carrying the utmost respected flag of Buddhism while being preceded by the national flag of Sri Lanka. The sight of these Buddhist flags create a sense of tranquility among the spectators, reminding us that the fact that this procession is in celebration, devotion, and an offering to the great Lord Buddha.
The troop of Buddhist flag bearers are the inmates of the open prison camp in Palle. A priority of the Kandy Esala Perahera is not to reflect the unity of Sri Lanka as a nation, which in here is symbolized by the national flag that was leading the army of flags.
The Buddhist flag is a symbol of faith and peace. The 6 colors of the flag represents the colors of the aura that emanated from the body of Lord Buddha when he attained enlightenment under the sacred Bodhi tree. The horizontal stripes represent the races of the world living in harmony, while the vertical stripes represent eternal world peace.
The colors displayed in the Buddhist flag represent the perfection of Buddhahood and the Dhamma, his preachings. The symbolic identities of these colors are illustrated as blue for universe compassion, yellow for the middle path, red for the blessing, white for purity and liberation, and orange for unshakable wisdom.
This ceremonious procession is performed in adultation of the living Buddha, and as well as a paramita, or an act of kindness for the future Buddha. The hexa-colored flag is placed in ceremonious form to remind people of the great scope and depth of the Dhamma that was preached by Lord Buddha. The flag bearers create a sense of the unlimited compassion of the Lord Buddha. This sight truly calms the undisciplined wayward's minds and focuses them on love and compassion that radiates across the universe and the teachings of the Lord Buddha.
The white-clad flag bearers reminds the people of the way that the Dhamma impacted their lives from the day the sacred tooth relic was brought to the island, and also the calm atmosphere symbolically portrays the way to end the cycle of the life of samsara.
The flag bearers we see here are the inmates of the Palle open prison camp, like we said earlier, who have been staying in this segment in the Perahera for many years. They too are humans just like us, who were once diverted in life in lieu of wrongdoing that could have been a mistake of theirs or of their society. But this participation is a part of the ordeal in releasing them back to society as corrected humans, and therefore they are here today to pay homage to the sacred tooth relic in hope for the change they pray for their lives.
Yes. Next in procession, the unique collection of the flags in front of us are known as the provincial flags. These include the uniquely designed flags for 12 states and 9 countries that were under the rule of ancient Kandian kingdom.
It was the tradition that the respective chieftains of the states, known as the Rateralas, would participate in the Perahera with their respective flag that is unique to their state to showcase their loyalty towards the king. While this tradition display reminds us on the glory and sovereignty of the ancient Senkadagala kingdom, it also represents the symbol of governance in compliance to the 10 great leadership qualities preached by Lord Buddha, known as the Dasa Raja Dharmas.
The flags seen in here could be identified as the sun and moon flag of the Satara Korala, lion flag of the Sat Koralaya, white flag of Matale, silk flag of Sabaragamuwa, Beherunda Pakshiya flag of Tun Koralaya, peacock flag of Uvavelasa, and the lotus flag of Udapalata, which represent the state of Sri Lanka.
These flags are followed by the country flags that represent the countries of Vellassa, Bintanna, Tamankaduwa, Udunuwara, Yatinuwara, Dumbara, Hewahata, Kothmale, Uda Buladgama and Patha Buladgama.
The same flags we saw before are now being displayed in a metallic form, and these are the brass flag bearers who reminds us of proud heritage of the Kandian era.
This troop of brass flag bearers are led by Mr. Ajit Mahendra. These brass stands are metallic representations of the flags belonging to the 9 ancient states and 12 countries, using its exact same elements that are carved with great precision and attention to minute details. which certainly portrays the great artistry that takes a lot of time, patience and energy.
In fact, these artists who belong to the Navadanna clan or Gurukulaya were the same ancestor who used to make the beautiful gold, silver and brass ornaments with detailed engraving embellished with precious gems for the king and as for offering to the sacred tooth relic and for the procession.
The army officials who are carrying these tents are dressed in white sarong and turban with a bare upper body, which interestingly symbolizes the energetic lifestyle of our people back then in the ancient times. And they too were chosen to be represented from the ones that were practicing the traditional martial art of the Angam.
We are proud that this traditional artistry is still being carried out even after many decades of the same exact of village of Kala Sirigama and Kalapura that are in the areas of Gadaladeniya in the Udunuwara country that is still famous for its engraving and architecture.
The sight we see in front of us was exactly what the kings wanted to present, to symbolize the unity of the nation, the strength and the sustainability of the kingdom. Working in great discipline in their calm and disciplined nature are the army of sword bearers who provide protection to the Perahera casket.
Clad in white sarong and white headdress, this army is seen carrying raised swords not for warfare but in the disciplined walk of calm serenity. The symbolic idea of these sword bearers is historic protection that is provided with utmost might to the sacred tooth relic. For those who knows about the history of sacred tooth relic would be patriotically proud of our history and the heroic personalities who always protected the sacred tooth relic with the highest level of bravery.
Since the ancient times, the sacred tooth relic has played an important role in local politics, since it was believed that whoever who holds the sacred tooth relic shall hold the governance of the country.
From the Anuradhapura era to the Kandy era, there have been several battles over the tooth relic, and it is always been protected by the patriotic warriors, and this is the lesson we need to teach our children, a story to be proud of, and also that if not for them we would have lost our sacred tooth relic.
We now see the most magnificent side of the Perahera. One could also call this is the most awaited part of most people who come to witness the Kandy Esala Perahera, which is the arrival of the very first elephant who will be carrying the Peramune Rala. It is the norm of the Perahera that the Peramune Rala, or the front runner of the procession, is the first person on elephant back. and neither officials nor elephants are permitted to parade before the Perahera. And this specific elephant is Banda. Banda belongs to the lay custodian of Sri Dalada Maligawa, Pradeep Nilanga Dala. This is the arrival of the first Havisi troupe that represents the official music ensemble, who are permanently seconded to the service of Sri Dalada Maligawa. They perform in dignified presence in front of the procession as a tradition which they practice with majestic skill. In fact, no Panchaturya Vadana or traditional orchestra of Sinhalese music that produce sounds using their drums or other musical instruments is permitted before Havisi, as per the rule of the Kandy Perahera tradition.
Sri Lanka is rich with its own genre of traditional music and Havisi, which is dignified as the authentic sound of Sri Lanka. The history of Havisi dates back to the time when the scaling of the Jayasri Mahabodhi tree was brought down to Sri Lanka by Sangamit Perahera, and this evidence marks in fact that Havisi is the oldest traditional orchestra and Buddhist sound offering in Sri Lankan heritage.
Havisi, as the most prominent orchestra of the five-holed musical instruments, too has its own variants that are authentic to various parts of the country, known as upcountry, low country and suburban. The speciality of the Kandy Esala Perahera is the pure domination of upcountry traditional arts. Wherefore this particular Havisi instrumental performance belongs to the upcountry tradition of Havisi, which is known as Udarata Havisi in Sinhala.
The five-fold musical instruments, as recognized by Sri Lankan music culture as Panchaturyanada, is noted as Athatha instrument played in both hands, Vithatha instrument played using sticks, Vithathatha instruments played using hand and stick, Ghana instruments that are dashes with each other, and Sushira instruments that are blown. This arrangement of upcountry ensemble of Havisi consists of 4 out of 5 mentioned tunes, except the Gatabereya that represent the Athatha tune.
If we would identify the other instruments that are played here, we see the Horanava, or the traditional windpipe, that represents the tune of Sushira, the Tammatama, or the kettle drum, that represents the tune of Vithatata, the Daula, that represents the tune of Vithatata, and the Thalampata, or the little hand cymbals, that represents the tune of Ghana. The beauty of Hevisi evolves when all of these instruments are played together to make a symphonic sound, and it must be noticed that these instruments are played only according to the traditional role.
The musicianship of Hevisi in Kandy Esala Perahera and for daily rituals of Sri Dalada Maligawa are assigned to the most skilled lineage of Hevisi drummers who are Udwela, Ihalawela, Malagammana and Molagoda, who represent the first row of the Hevisi troupe while marching to the beat of the drums. Apart from the key lineages, we also see the presence of other Hevisi lineages in this Perahera represents Valletota, Moradaghanda, Hevavissa, Kahalla and Udupihilla.
Riding on the second elephant and the first tusker of this evening with dignified majesty is the Gajanayaka Nilame of the Sri Dalada Maligawa. The Gajanayaka Nilame is the royal official in charge of the king's troop of elephants, and it was a position given to him directly by the king himself. To symbolize this ancient degree, the Gajanayaka Nilame, who is attired in the traditional Sinhala Mul Andum, majestically approaches on a tusker while holding the Ankus or the Ankusaya, which is the official symbol of the Gajanayaka Nilame. And the first tusker clad in blue, and the second elephant of the Perahera is Buruma Raja. Buruma Raja is one of the two elephants that was gifted to the Sri Dalada Maligawa elephant stable by Myanmar in the year 2008. Kothala Padaya is one of the most gentle dance performs of the upcountry tradition of dance, which is traditionally a dance of purity. The dancers carry a pot of saffron water on one hand and an areca nut flower on the other hand, and this dance symbolizes purifying the root in which the sacred tooth relic casket shall be carried.
This troop of Kothala Padaya will be carried by Nalin Jayasekara, the Sri Dalada Maligawa. The Kothala Padaya is in fact a ritualistic dance that is performed in healing rituals of Shanti Karma across upcountry, low country and Sabargama tradition, and here we are seeing the upcountry version of Kothala Padaya, which originates from Kohomba Kankari healing ritual as one of the 4 Hatpadaya or 7 dance episodes that comprise the Bulat Padaya, Kotala Padaya, Mal Padaya, Salu Padaya, Pol Padaya, Yahan Mutti Padaya and Anguru Dummala Padaya. The role of the Kotala Padaya dance ritual in the Kohomba Kankariya is to purify the ritual sites with the saffron water, where the saffron is considered as the natural purifier in our native traditions, which is still believed and practiced even in modern times.
The first dance item of the Sri Dalada Maligawa Perahera throughout the 11 days of parading shall be representation of the Udarata Hat Padaya, focused on either the Bulat Padaya dance or the Kotala Padaya dance. And interestingly, this Kotala Padaya dance had been included in the Esala Perahera in the means of the performance-based dance only from a very recent history, since the year 2010. The next elephant we have is the Dalada, who again is belonging to the lay custodian of Sri Dalada Maligawa, Pradeep Nilangadara. Dalada is a majestic elephant who is believed to be among the tallest domestic elephants we have remaining in Sri Lanka.
The Mal Padaya dance performance, which is also known as Pol Mal, Malhat Padaya and Madu Poraya, is also a ritualistic dance performance that has its variants across traditions of upcountry, low country and Sabaragamuwa, and this in fact is one of the upcountry tradition of that originates from Kohomba Kankariya healing ritual.
Yes, and this troupe of Polmal dancers are led by Mr. W.M. Dayananda.
The Polmala or the coconut flower is the flower that blooms from the traditional kapruka or national tree of bounty, which denote prosperity. In fact, the national emblem of Sri Lanka too consists of vase of coconut flowers known as punkalasa, that is considered as the national symbol of prosperity. The Malpadaya dance consists of dancers who hold this Polmala, the national symbol of prosperity, with both hands while sincerely representing the same bounty and abundance in their dance.
The symbol of this dance is to pray for fertility and prosperity, which is interestingly the prime motive of the Perahera itself, where the dancers sing various ritualistic chants, which are in fact verses of prayer for prosperity.
Similar to the Kotala Padaya and Bulak Padaya dance performances which we saw before, the Mal Padaya too has one of the 7 ritualistic dance episodes known as the Hat Padaya, that is an essential dance ritual of healing rituals across the country.
The female representation of the Malpadaya can only be seen in the Sri Maha Pattini Devala procession in the Kandy Esala Perahera. The majestic tusker is Janaraja. Janaraja is another member of the stable of elephants of Sri Dalada Maligawa. Janaraja is also called Aritta, and Aritta was a gift to the elephant stable of Sri Dalada Maligawa by the late President J.R. Jayawardena. And after 25 years, Janaraja got the chance to carry the sacred tooth relic casket in this year after 25 years.
Next in line, the troupe of Chamara dancers can be seen, and these Chamara dancers are led by Nimesh Sumanaratna from Sri Chandananda Buddhist College. The ancient poetic anthology that was written during Kingdom of Kotte, that is famously known as Salalihini Sandeshe Courts, that white tassels in motion along with the majestic elephants are one of the supreme sights of auspicious virtualities, and the Chamara dance is certainly an inclusion to add more auspicious value to the Perahera.
Chamara is a popular upcountry folk dance that is one of the most visually mesmerizing dance acts of the Perahera this evening. The Chamara is a white tussled object that was used historically as a fanning tool to the sacred tooth relic. Sacred reliquaries and prominent individuals, including the royalties.
The tussles are fanned to the rhythm of the flute and Kandian drums with a gentle cool breeze that is produced by this Chamara brings a very pleasant feeling. This was in fact a regular feature of the royal court in our ancient history.
The idea of including the Chamara dance ahead of the Perahera is to symbolize fanning to the impending sacred tooth relic, just like how it was performed in actual form back then.
Interestingly, you should not miss to notice how two of this charmer shall be clipped to the ears of the royal tusker who shall be carrying the relic casket.
Yes, and this is the future of Perahera cultures in Sri Lanka. This is Raju, the young majestic tusker, and Raju is from the Asgiri Mahavihara. Raju is one of the two tuskers that were donated to the Sri Dalada Maligawa by the former president Mahinda Rajapaksa.
Next in line, we can see the Nayandi dance troupe by Saman Nilvitha. The Nayandi dance is one of the most significant dance performances of the upcountry tradition that holds a very prominent position in Kandy Esala Perahera, especially during the Kumbal Perahera festival. The word Nayandi is in fact the name of the costume that is worn by the Nayandi dancers, which is the same costume that worn by Kandian West dancer, with the exclusion of the devoted headdress that is replaced with a cloth turban with a knot on the head in the center that is taken to the shape of a cobra.
The speciality of Nayandi dancing is that this dance is primarily performed by primitive Kandian dance artists who have not yet been attained reverentially as a West dancer. And any dance artist who aspires to be crowned as a Kandian West dancer would first need to master the skill of Nayandi in order to proceed.
The Nayandi dance is said to be belonging to the classification of Rupanatum due to its visual richness in attraction, and this dance also known as Adaves, meaning the half of the West costume, and at the time even known as Tanikachi, that is related to the special head turban that is worn by Nayandi dancers.
Many professional Kandian dancers who perform the West dance in the Kohamba Kankarya, the main healing ritual of the upcountry tradition, are culturally not practicing the West dance elsewhere in social occasions. Due to the same reason, any such ritualistic West dancer would only perform the Nayandi dance in the other social gatherings, events, just as the Perahera itself. And the next majestic elephant of the evening is Muthu. Muthu belongs to the Muthiangana Rajamaha Vihara.
Next in line, we can see the troupe of Thalam dancers, which is led by Nimesh Sumanaratna from Sri Chandananda Buddhist College again.
The thalampata, or the small set of cymbals, are a vital instrument used in all forms of traditional dancing in Sri Lanka and also in India to maintain the pace and rhythm of the dance. That is technically mentioned as the Tithmatraya. But here the Thalam dance considers these little cymbals as the main prop itself, where the dancers play the cymbals in the denoted rhythm which aligns their footwork and hand movements accordingly.
The young performers dash these cymbals in a choreographed rhythm and perform a dance that creates both horizontal and vertical line movement in this space using the right moves that are designed in maintaining the cultural elements of the act.
The Thalampata dance is recognized as a Ghana dance due to the use of the Thalampata as the main dance tool, which belongs to the Ghana variant of the Pancha Thurya Nada. This evolves its way as a Ghana natum due to the mere reason of how these artists dash their thalam with each other as part of their dance performance.
Absolutely, Chetaka. These dancers have not failed to add beauty to the visual appearance of the dance through their costumes and props. We see vibrant and bright colored costume being worn by these artists and also two bright colored chief of cloth that are attached by both ends of the thalam certainly creates a picturesque attraction as it swings through the air when the dancers use their thalam.
The next majestic elephant of the evening is Kandula Tissa of Sabaragamu Mahan Saban Devalaya. Followed by Kandula Tissa is the Savarang dance. Dance items which involve these tussles are used quite often in Perahera, but this is not the usual Chamara dance we witnessed earlier. This dance, which is recognized as the Savarang dance, is similar dance to Chamara but with a difference in the prop that is being used in the dance. And this is the troupe of Savaran dancers, which is led by Mr. Supun Vijay Vikrama.
The savarama, the main tool used by these dancers, consists of not one but two tassels attached on both its ends, which makes a longer version of the chamara instrument.
The choreography of this folk dance that's styled of the upcountry tradition is designed to symbolize fanning, that is performed using different dance steps, different stanzas, and the visual beauty that is created by these tassels in motion are surely a soothing sight to the eye as well. The dance is performed as a team, and just as other folk dance performers, this dance too shows several episodes of breaking down into subgroups during the performance.
The sweet tune of that it's blown using the flute is very mesmerizing to hear, and the tune we hear from these flutes are in fact special poems that are exclusively written for Savarang dance known as Savarang Kavi. These tassels are not artificial crafts. In fact, this is known to be tail hair of Semara deer who lives in the tip of Himalayan country, which is used as fanning tool of royalty since the very ancient times. It is believed that there is no cooling breeze than air fanned by this Semara tail, and this is why we fanning using the tassels are sometimes known as Semara Salima.
The next elephant in line is Ganga of Gangarama Viharaya, Colombo. And after the first female elephant of the evening, we are witnessing the Raban dance.
The Rabana or the hand tambourin is a very popular object using the folk dancing tradition in Sri Lanka, but this is not a such dance, even though we see the presence of the tambourine in play. This performance, which involves spinning of the tambourine, which makes it more sporting performance than dance item, and that is why this act is known as Raban Karakavima or Raban Krida in Sinhalese.
There are many forms of Rabana in Sri Lanka. We have the Maharabana or the Banku Rabana, which is a large drum that is played by multiple artists at the same time. The Virindu Rabana, that is played while singing comical verses of Virindu. And the Athrabana, which we see now, that is most prominently seen in dance-related performances. We also hear a version of the Karakavime Rabana or spinning turbines, which is in fact the same Athrabana with a dent carved in its middle.
The spinning game of the Rabana can be identified as a developed performance of the Raban dance. We see several generations of artists who are in different ages and levels of young to senior who have developed this intrinsic skill from childhood by learning to spinning various objects.
They spin the Raban in their flexible long cane sticks in great balance. And the highlighted episode of this act is when they throw the turbines towards the sky and surprisingly catch the Rabana back on their sticks or from their hand with no room for failure. Every such succeeded attempt is applauded with cheer from the onlookers as it seems impossible to the common eye.
These artists do not forget to infuse several creative twists to the play of the Raban, where some artists create episodes of changing the Rabana with their colleagues while the tambourine are flying high in middle air, and we see some artists spinning multiple Raban on special designs stands. And all of these wonderful episodes of skills are certainly expressing the talent behind native Sri Lankans to the world that witnessed this great pageant of Kandian heritage.
After the second female elephant of the evening, Devmini of Sangabodhi Vihare, Colombo, we have the Thammattam troupe of Thammattam players.
The Thammattama, also known as the Pokuru Berea in Sinhalese and the kettle drum in English, is a vital instrument of the Hevisi ensemble that takes the predominant position in the Perahera as the main sound offering towards the impending requirements of the worship. However, this act celebrates the Thammattama as an individual performance, excluding any other musical instruments we saw in Helvisi trope.
The amazing feature about this Thammattam performance is that we see both playing and dancing with the Thammattam, which is evidently why it is recognized as the Thammattam Natuma or the Thammattam dance.
This is truly fascinating beauty of Sri Lankan performing arts, where our artists are gifted with the talent of making more than what expected of what we are blessed with. The Thammattama belongs to the Vithatha classification of the Pantha Thuryanada, as it is played using two cane sticks known as the Kadippu. And this is why the Thammattama dance is classified as a Vithatha dance. The anatomy of Thammattama is a drum set that consists of two drums known as the Mandama and the Handa Bandaya. They are Mandam and Handa Bandaya, which produces two distinct sounds. The Mandama produces a sound of low pitch, and the Handa Bandaya, in contrast, produces a very high pitched sound, which complements each other as part of this remarkable symphony. The next elephant in yellow is Taraka of Rankadu Pathini Dewalaya in Kaduwela. And after the elephant, we
have the troupe of Pantheru dancers, which is led by Mr. Sarath Vijayasiri.
The pantheruwa is a musical instrument that is used as a rhythm tool across all three traditions of upcountry, low country and Sabaragamuwa, but the pantheruwa is exclusively belonging to the Udarata or upcountry dance tradition. This instrument is a small brass circular framed castanet with 5 cymbals fixed to it, which gives a subtle metallic sound as it shakes. It was originally used to keep the beat in the chamber of versifiers of Kavikara Maduwa and is considered as one of the authentic tune that are engaged with the sound of offering association with Dalada Puja.
The Kavikara Maduwa is one of the 5 types of upcountry performing arts that refer to the chanting groups of the Perahera, which we will see today walking behind the royal tusker carrying the Relic casket, as they will be chanting the virtues of the Buddha while maintaining their rhythm with the same Pantheruwa. Therefore, it is only in the hill capital, Kandy, that we are able to witness the Pantheru dance in its most authentic form.
Since the 18th century, the instrument was used for the development of semi-classical dance form, which is an art that was passed down from generation to generation. The dance is classified as Gananatuma as per the theory of Panchaturyanada, since the Pantheruwa is an instrument belonging to Gana classification, as it need to be dashed in order to be instrumented.
The costume of the Pantheru dance is one of the simplest attires that are designed in the upcountry tradition, which consists of the white cloth turban, the talisman around the neck, Kadukan earrings, bangles and the pyjama trousers. The simplicity of the costume was based on 2 reasonings. One, for being an associated offering to the sacred tooth Relic, and for being able to freely perform during the fast tempos. And moreover, the simplicity of the dance form brings to mind the simplicity and eveness required in the daily lives of people as the troupe steps forward on the streets of this Kandian city.
Now we are witnessing the Buruma flag bearers.
Yes. And bearing the Buruma flags on their mounts, on left we have Kandula Veera of the Kaduwela Sankapitti Viharaya. And on right we have Vijita Raja of Dimbulagala Aranya Senasana, another two majestic elephants of the evening.
Next in line, we are witnessing the traditional musical instrument of Sri Lanka are sometimes not just used for playing itself, just like the Udakya that we are seeing here in this dance performance. We do not just see this performance playing Udakya, but also they perform the dance and interestingly do singing at the same time, which makes the Udakya dance act triple infusion of art.
Yes, and this troupe of Udaki dancers is led by Mr. M.B. Thennakon.
The Udakya is an hourglass-shaped hand drum that belonging to the Arthatha category of the Panchaturyanada, since it is played only using hands. The dancers are dressed in traditional Kandian attire and dances while playing this instrument along with the recital that glorify the qualities of Lord Buddha. The red ribbon known as the savarang that is seen attached to the midpoint of the drum, actually the controller of the drum's rhythm and the midst of the dancers dancing and singing and playing, and also they do not mindful of the rhythm that is manipulated using this technique. It is the norm that hold the Udakya from the left hand and it need to be planned from the index finger of the right hand.
Yes, Sri Lankan tradition of music introduces 64 different types of odd drums. And the Udakya, what we see now, is considered as the smallest traditional drum that we find in Sri Lanka. It is in fact used as a musical instrument in healing rituals across all three dance traditions of Sri Lanka.
The origin of the Udakya is believed to be originated from Damaruva drum that is seen in iconography of the Lord Ishvara, a renowned deity who is much popular among Hindus.
The young majestic tusker is Sindhu of Malvatu Mahaviharaya. Sindhu is the other tusker which was gifted to Sri Dalada Maligawa along with Raju by the former President Mahinda Rajapaksha.
Following the Tusker Sindhu, the traditional dance in Sri Lanka is segregated, can be identified.
Yes, and this troupe of mixed folk dancers is led by Mr. P.C.B. Vijayasuriya.
Here, this dance are divided into two types, which are Shastriya Natum or dance performance that are based on healing rituals, and the other being Gaminatum or folk dance performance. The dance that we see now is a remarkable fusion of not just one but 4 different folk dance performances being danced simultaneously in the same spotlight.
Here we see the dance artist presenting 4 different folk dances, which are the Thalampata, the Likali, Raban and the Savarang, which we would see being performed as individual dance items across all 5 segments of the majestic Perahera. And this dance act is certainly a snapshot of the beauty of the Sri Lankan folk culture.
Folk dancing is also known as the Jananatum or Gaminatum, which are dance items that represent the culture of native village lifestyle of Sri Lanka. These dances have no ritualistic regulations that need to be strictly adhered to in comparison to the Shastriya dance acts. In fact, there is a lot of space are left for creativity in designing the choreography, costumes, tunes and other element of attraction, keeping the mind do not harm to the authenticity of the dance as how it was passed down upon generation.
And after the mixed folk dance, we have another 2 majestic tuskers. On the left, we have Kotte Raja Tusker of the Kotte Raja Mahavihara, who was also a gift from Myanmar in the year 2008. And on the right, we have Myan Raja, who is also known as Sudu Ata or the white tusker because of the fair skin the tusker have. Myan Raja belongs to the elephant stable of Sri Dalada Maligawa, and Myan Raja was the other tusker who was gifted along with Burma Raja in the year 28. Followed by the 2 majestic tuskers, we have the first troop of West dancers of the evening, which is led by Mr. Lasantha Vanasekara and Mr. Ishantha Ihalavela.
The most unique and most recognized presentation of the Kandian dance heritage is the most fully adorned West Nattua or the Kandian West dancer. The Kandian dancers' skill and dance form have been considered as an authentic expression of Sri Lankan culture.
In fact, it is this icon of the West dancer who is the branding identity of traditional Sri Lankan dancing across the 7 seas, despite the presence of many artistic dance performances that are authentic to traditional Sri Lankan dance. It is amusing to hear that it is this same picture that is illustrated. It is that this same picture that is illustrated on anyone's mind when they hear the phrase Sri Lankan dance, which we could be certainly proud of.
Yes, the West dance is more than just a ritual. It is the sacred recitation for the protection against misfortune. Therefore, the costume of dancers are also considered as sacred. This most glamorous costume symbolically represents the regalia of the King Malaya, the royalty who performed the ancient ritual of the Hatapas Mangalya, which is healing ceremony that was held 2500 years ago.
It was in the 4th century BC where the first ever Hetapas Mangalya or the Hatapas Mangalya was performed in Sri Lanka by the Malaya king to cure a dividos or a godly curse that had been bestowed upon King Panduasdeva, who is in fact a descendant of King Vijaya, the Indian prince who discovered the land of Sri Lanka as Tambapanni. The story of King Vijaya and his tribal wife Kueni is in fact the birth story of the royal tradition of Kandian dancing, which is quite interesting to learn.
According to the history, Kueni was princess of the Yaksha tribe in Sri Lanka who became the wife of King Vijaya upon his arrival to Sri Lanka, being the first young lady who he witnessed just after discovering this copper-sanded land of Sri Lanka. Unfortunately, it is a sad incident when Kueni has betrayed by King Vijaya, which led to deserve Kueni, who was left out with both her children. Being frustrated with the pressure, Kueni cursed King Vijaya and his descendants, which ultimately affected King Panduasdeva, who was a relative of King Vijaya.
Dressed in the white Tupottiya costume, this is the Karya Karavana Korala, who is the royal official that holds responsibility for all engagements in regard to the offerings, the Perahera and the Relic casket. He is only seconded to the Devadana Nilame and is the only person in the Perahera who has the permission to walk forwards and backwards during the Perahera, specifically and especially backwards. It is in fact that Karya Karavana Korala who represents the Devadana Nilame in the other routine Peraheras of the Sri Dalada Maligawa, including the procession of New Harvest, Vesak Posun and Kartika.
The very special orchestra that leads the Relic casket are the Nagasingham instrumentalists, which is the Indian influence ensemble of the music that plays its authentic music to escort the Relic casket.
We are now at the much awaited and most devout movement of the Perahera, as now you see the royal tusker ceremoniously carrying the Perahera relic casket guarded by the Dalada elephants. The royal tusker of the first Randoli Perahera is Vasana from Ruhunu Mahakataragama Devalaya, accompanied by Singharaja of Sri Dalada Maligawa and Pulatisi Raja of Sri Dalada Maligawa stable.
This is the moment in which each one in the audience shall rise from their seats regardless of difficulties of worship and have their respect to the relic casket. This is the chambers of versifiers of Kavikara, the group of poets who walk behind the relic casket while singing the virtues of Lord Buddha. These versifiers are holding several instruments including Pantheruva and Udakkiya, and the speciality of the Kavikara is that these versifiers shall only perform when the relic casket is taken out in the relic chamber and shall rise till it is reverentially placed back after the Perahera. This too is in fact an offering the King Veera Parakrama Narendra Singha to the sacred tooth relic.
Following the most sacred movement of this Perahera, we see the clan of devotees holding flowers and lamps that symbolize an offering to the relic casket. The youth we see in this occasion are dressed in the most modest costume that we shall ever see in this Perahera, a plain white robe that illustrates the simplicity and the modest behavior that is expected out of a true Buddhist, which is even highlighted in the most gentle walk that we see out of these devotees.
In fact, this troop of Malpahan group is led by Mr. Samantha Perera. There are several forms of offering that Sri Lankan Buddhists pledge as puja towards the Buddha, and one of the prominent offering of flower and incense sticks which offer fragrance to the Buddha, and oil lamps which offer lights. We see both flowers and lamps in the hand of these devotees, which interpret these episodes of Perahera as an offering of fragrance light toward the sacred tooth relic.
Times before the Dalada Perahera commenced, 1716 years ago, it was just the Satara Devala Perahera that comprised of the gods Natha, Vishnu, Katharagama and Pattini, which still follows the Dalada Perahera as a part of the old tradition. The order of these Devalayas are in fact lined up in the order in which the gods shall be attaining Buddhahood as per its belief.
Now we are witnessing the second troop of West dancers.
And this troupe of West dancers are led by Mr. Sanjeeva Verapitiya and Mr. Peter Surasena. Coming back to Kandian dances, the Kohomba Kankariya healing ritual is in fact the prime origin of Kandian dance that narrates the story of the Hattapas Mangala involvement in Sri Lanka. And the West dance is one of the key dance representations of the Kohomba Kankariya, along with several other interesting dance acts such as the Kue Niasna and Kohomba Hella, which we see being performed in the other Perahera ceremonies in the island. While that explains how the West dance evolved as a ritualistic dance in the time of Sri Lanka's first lineage of kings, The West dance as a Perahera-oriented performance takes down to nearly a century, where it was introduced to the Kandy Esala Perahera by the former Deyawadana Nilame Punchi Bandara Nugavilla in the year of 9.
In the year 1990, where 4 West dancers representing Suramba lineage had danced in front of the royal tusker carrying the Relic casket to beat just 2 Catabera drums. A century later, the Kandy Esala Perahera consists of not one but 10 episodes of West dancing throughout the Perahera, which consists of nearly 200 West dances, and that is positive sign to realize that the Perahera is not diminishing culture among our people.
Yes, West dancing was considered as a part of royalty itself, where it was formally associated with the king since ancient times. When going down history, the West dance was performed in the time of the Anuradhapura kingdom, and this had been rebranded as a Kandyan dance only after the royalty had shifted to the kingdom of Kandy.
The dancers who perform in this part of the Perahera are not just random participants, but in fact they have been performing in Kandy Esala Perahera as lineage since the time of their great ancestors. We see the ancestral lineage of the Talagahagoda, Verapitiya, Surasena, Bandara and Ihalavela, to name a few.
The dancers who stand first line right in front of the icon of respect is the current heir of the particular lineage of who shall be leading the dance troupe. The costume that is worn by the West dancers are very unique, as it is believed to half of the exact same costume that was the regalia of the Malaya king. The colors of white and red take prominence as the only shades present in West costume that is different to the multicolored costumes that we see in our low country tradition of dance. It is interesting to hear that this costume consists of 64 different pieces of accessories that include Paitham Bulatfadi, Silumbu, Ulunde and Hangala, to name a few.
We now see the lay custodian of Sri Dalada Maligawa, the 90th Deyawadana Nilame, Honorable Pradeep Nilangadala, who walks with utmost pride and majesty while bringing the true sense of the ancient royalty to this Perahera.
The Deyawadana Nilame is the royal official who granted water to the kings in history and is now designated as the lay protector of the sacred tooth relic of Lord Buddha, which makes him one of the truly respected lay leaders in Buddhism in Sri Lanka.
Honorable Pradeep Nilangadala is devoted Buddhist who is honored internationally for his service rendered toward Buddhism and for his outstanding leadership in preserving Sri Lanka's tradition and culture for many years ahead.
The Devadana Nilame shall walk under the Mutukude, or the pearl umbrella, surrounded by his army of guards, and followed by the Vidane, or the chieftain of the 10 associated villages of the Sri Dalada Maligawa.
And this marked the end of the Sri Dalada Maligawa procession in first Randoli procession 2026.
The Sri Mahanatha Devalaya in Kandy is located right in front of the Sri Dalada Maligawa, where it is considered as the main shrine that is dedicated towards Lord Natha, and one of the oldest buildings in Kandy that was built even before the Sri Dalada Maligawa. The procession of the Natha Devalaya is the first to follow the Randoli Perahera, due to the belief that God Natha is the next in line to attain Buddhahood. And in the start of the procession of Sri Mahanatha Devalaya, we have the Buddhist flag bearers, who are inmates of the Pallekale prison.
The premises of Sri Mahanatha Devalaya in Kandy is recognized since as the Jayabhumiya, or the land with luck, since the time of ancestors, based on their indication by the ancient Brahmin named Senkada. According to the legend, this sage of Senkada had once visited this land and had witnessed the hare being chased by a pack of wolves, and with flick of moment, the hare had managed the chase of entire pack of wolves by itself, just as entered this land. Interestingly, it was because of the same Brahmin that devoted the name of Senkadagala to the city of Kandy.
The Devalaya is believed to be built as an offering towards God Natha by King Vikramabahu III. And the royal buildings, including the palace, had then been built in its surroundings. The Devalaya is built in the form of a Gedige Devalaya, which is of Indian architectural style during the Gampola era. And that is the main shrine dedicated towards God Natha, and adjoining the main building in the smallest shrine that is dedicated to God Gambara.
And now we are witnessing the troupe of Hevisi dance, which is led by SYP Priyantha Premala.
The second troop of Hevisi of this evening. The tune of Hevisi is believed to be spiritually healing the ill and creates immense satisfaction when being heard by a devoted person. Interestingly, many local and foreign visitors find it very soothing to stay within the Dalada Maligawa premises during the daily offering times, or Thevava, as the entire surrounding of this temple of truth gets filled with the symphonic sound of Hevisi, which dives deep into our blood and creates a patriotic feeling about ourselves, our religion, our culture, and our traditions.
The costume of the upcountry heavy instrumentalist consists of the traditional headgear known as urmaila, the ridi kadukkama, the earrings, karathalla or the neck piece, the poonanula, the beaded chain that is across worn the body, bandi valalu, the elbow bangles, panchavadama, the red cloth, beraredda, the white cloth, kakulpati, the cloth at anklets, the pyjama trouser, ridi havadiya, the silver chest ornament and the silambua, which is the heel covering.
It is believed that the Dutch armies had used this same space as their resting place when they arrived to meet the king. Another highlight of the Natha Devalaya premises is the historic Ashtapala Bodhi tree that is famed as the Valbodhiya, which is much worshipped by all devotees who visit Sri Dalada Maligawa. And as the first elephant of Sri Natha Devalaya Perahera, we have Sumana. Sumana belongs to Venerable Boralande Jnanasara Thero.
Followed by Sumana, we are witnessing the troupe of Raban dancers, which is led by Mr. Samin the Kanchana.
Coming back to the Savarang dances. These tussles are not artificial crafts. In fact, this is known to be the tail hair of the Semara deer, who lives in the tip of the Himalayan mountains, which is used as the fanning tool of royalty since the very ancient times. It is believed that there is no cooling breeze than the air fanned by the Semara tail, and this is why the fanning using these tussles are sometimes also known as Semara Salima.
The sweet tune of that bloat using the flute is very mesmerizing to ear, and the tune we hear from these flutes are in fact special poems that are exclusively written for the Savarang dance known as Savarang Kavi.
An amazing fact behind the Sri Maha Natha Devalaya is that it was the sacred site which was used for the naming and crowning of the new kings during the ancient Kandian era. The inheritors of the crown would customarily visit the Vishnu Devalaya first and then arrive at the Sri Maha Natha Devalaya to pick their favored name as the king among the golden name plates, and then be crowned amidst all worship and respect.
The well-known fact behind God Natha is a belief that he is next in line to attain Buddhahood as Maitri Bodhisattva, where he is also identified as Avalokiteshvara in Indian cults. The iconography of God Natha is shown as gentle young man of fair complexion who holds the lotus flower on his left hand. He is in fact famed as one of the most dominant god associated in hill country.
The Raban Krida dancers do not forget to infuse several creative twists to the play of Rabana, where some artists create episodes of changing the Rabana with their colleagues while the tambourines are flying high in mid-air. And we see some artists spinning multiple Raban on specially designed stands. All of these wonderful episodes of skill are certainly expressing the talent behind native Sri Lankans to the world that witnesses this great pageant of the Kandian heritage.
And this troupe of Raban is led by Mr. Saminda Kanchana. The Rabana is at times recognized as the drum of prosperity, belonging to the Arthatha classification of the traditional music instrument. Both the Rabana and the Boomadiya, which are the drums played only using the bare hand, are used in agricultural entertainment and ritualistic activities in the village setup. Similarly, the Rabana also take the great dominance during the Sinhala and Tamil New Year celebrations, as the Rabana is used to communicate the festival occasion such as dawn of New Year, commencing of dealing and consuming of meals to the name of few.
The Avalokiteshvara, or the legend of God Natha, takes us down through many cults in Buddhism, including the Mahayana and the Theravada traditions, where he is predominantly associated as the future Buddha. In the Sri Lankan history, there are recorded evidence and mentions a god Natha in the Sandesha of Tisara, Gira and Kaul, where god Natha was one of the prime deities of who were seeked by the ancient kings of Sri Lanka. The second elephant of Sri Mahanatha Dewala Perahera, with the Gajanayaka Nilame of Natha Dewala on its mount, is Sadev Raja. Sadev Raja belongs to Dr. Pradeep Miyanapallava.
we are witnessing the Fest West troupe of dance, which is led by Mr. Vishuddhi Verapitiya.
Apart from the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya in Kandy, there are several other shrines dedicated to God Natha that includes the Vegiriyanatha Devalaya in Gampala, the Dodamwala Natha Devalaya in Yatinuwara, the Pasgama Natha Devalaya in Hewahata, and also the famous Vidiyagoda Natha Devalaya in the Raigama city of Horana.
This is the arrival of first Hevisi troupe of Sri Mahanatha Devalaya procession in the first Randoli procession 2026. Sri Lanka is rich with its own genre of traditional music and Hevisi, which is dignified as the authentic sound of Sri Lanka. The history of Hevisi takes back to the time when the sapling of the Jayasri Mahabodhi tree was brought down to Sri Lanka by Sangamit Theruni, and this evidence marked the fact of Hevisi is the oldest traditional orchestra and the Buddhist sound offering in Sri Lankan heritage.
And this is the troupe of Lekali dancers, which is led by Mr. M.P. Upali Dharmaratna.
Yes, Lekali is also another interesting folk dance of upcountry tradition that consists of performers having two wooden sticks on their hands who shall dash them together in a rhythm individually and even among the pairs or at times of group.
Being a folk dance itself, this dance too sets a village picture for the audience. But the origin of the exact movements performed can be guessed as the ancient practices of war battles among the folk lifestyle. As the name of the dance itself with the word Kelia translates to a battle.
The fast tempo that is performed in several episodes of the Lekali dance create the sense of energy that truly creates a battle atmosphere, which once again connect to the folk dance with the previously told affiliations with war rehearsals.
Lekali is one of the dance performances which has been performed since more than centuries ago, which is provided by evidence that is still visible to all of us. In fact, the wooden carvings of the Ambakke Kataragama Devalaya that belongs to the Gampala era too portrays a pictorial carving that illustrates a Lekali performance.
Next in line, we are witnessing the Nayandi troupe of dancers, which is led by Mr. Indika Pradeep Atharagama.
Many professional Kandian dancers who perform the West dance in the Kohomba Kankarya, the main healing ritual of the upcountry tradition, are culturally not practicing the West dance elsewhere in social occasions. Due to the same reason, any such ritualistic West dancer would only perform the Nayandi dance in other social gathering events, just as the Perahera itself.
The Kandy Esala Perahera not just celebrates the beauty of Kandian heritage of dance, but also creates the arena for prominent dance artists, legends to perform their majestic heritage of the lineage in the Perahera. The Nitavala lineage is who we see now performing the Nayandi dance, who descends from the celebrity Kandian dance Nitavala Gunaya, where his family has continued to represent themselves in this great culture even with the lead to its current heir artist Nitavala Sirisena.
The specialty of Nayandi dancing is that this dance is primarily performed by primitive Kandian dance artists who have not yet been attained reverentially as a West dancer. And any dance artist who aspires to crown as a Kandian West dancer would first need to master the skill of Nayandi in order to proceed. The next elephant of Sri Mahanatha Devalaya Perahera, this is Kandula. Kandula belongs to Mr. Bindu Appo of the Kagalla Athurupana Valawa. Followed by Kandula, we have the troupe of West dancers of the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya procession. It is a main difference that we see in a Randoli Perahera that they have a troupe of West dancers in front of all the caskets or the godly ornaments in each and every Devala Peraheras.
Being a West dancer is not an easy deal. Any primitive dancer needs years and years to practice and skill in order to be crowned as West dancer, and they are only permitted to wear the West natua or the much respected headdress is only after they are religiously coronated the West dancer, which is highly respected tradition that is even practiced in the modern times.
The West dancers who perform in this part of the Perahera are not just random participants, but in fact they have been performing in the Kandy Perahera as lineages since the time of their great ancestors. We see the ancestral lineage of Talagahagoda, Verapitiya, Surasena, Bandara and Ihilavela, to name a few.
Upcountry dancing too has its regional variants, just like the Sri Lankan dance traditions of Low Country and Sabaragamuan. These regional variants are known as Kandian variants of Mahanuwara, the Satara Korala variants of Kegol, and the Satkoralaya variants of Kurunagala. This Perahera is in fact a rich with all three of these variants that can be noticed in different with careful attention.
Followed by the Karyakarana Korala of Sri Mahanatha Devalaya, the majestic elephant Arjuna carries the sacred casket or the godly ornaments of Sri Mahanatha Devalaya. Arjuna is being accompanied by Kand. Yes. Vairukannala Arjuna is being accompanied by Kandula of Devalegama Dhammasena Theros and Kueni, who belongs to Mr. Mahinda Millangoda.
And this marked the end of the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya procession, and this is the beginning of the procession of Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya.
Getting back to the West dances of Sri Mahanatha Devalaya. The steps of the West dance are highly masculine, which is known as Thandava in the technical language. The dance is choreographed in very heavy steps that could be performed only by the strongest of men, and is undoubtedly a dance performance that requires a lot of energy to perform. The audience can not just experience the energy of the West dance, but this is also an opportunity to learn about the highly energetic Sri Lankan men who had evolved since our history in this country with so much of man-made developments. Followed by the troupe of West dancers of Sri Mahanatha Devalaya is the Basnayaka Nilame of Sri Mahanatha Devalaya, or the lay custodian of the godly ornaments of Sri Mahanatha Devalaya. And you are now witnessing the Basnayaka Nilame of Sri Mahanatha Devalaya, Honorable A.W.S. Bandaranayaka. Besides the Basnayaka Nilame are the Mura Ayudha bearers and the Vidhanebaru, who are the heads of states.
And that marks the end of Sri Mahanatha Devala procession of the first Randoli procession 2026. And this is the beginning of the procession of Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya.
The Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya in Kandy, that is also prominently identified as the Mahadevalaya, or the Great Shrine, is the main shrine in the hill capital that is dedicated to Lord Vishnu among the Satara Mahadevalaya in Kandy.
The Vishnu Devalaya is located northeast to the Sri Dalada Maligawa, which is accessed easily via Rajavidya and is considered as the most prominent religious site in Kandy, that is only seconded to Sri Dalada Maligawa.
The troop of 30 flag bearers are the officials of the Civil Defense Department. And the first elephant of the Sri Maha Vishnu Devalaya Perahera is Haritha. Haritha belongs to Mr. Saman Priyantha Arambekadara.
The Paravi Sandesha anthology that was written in 50th century described the Lord Vishnu as the destroyer of Asura, which hints a believed similarity between Lord Vishnu and Rama of the great Indian epic of Ramayana. Interestingly, the poetic anthology of Ihalapola Vamanava that was written in 19th century calls the shrine of Rama Devalaya or shrine that is dedicated to Rama. This is even more evident with clothing paintings that Sri Mahavishnu Devala procession which illustrate the battle of Rama and Ravana.
A speciality in the Vishnu Devalaya Perahera is that from this year, the Manapasa or the 5 honors will be taken in the Perahera in the form of flags on elephant mounts.
This troop of Hevisi is led by Mr. Saman Priyantha Arambekadara. Hevisi is in fact the predominant form of music that is used for religious veneration of Buddhism and Buddhist affiliated gods in Sri Lanka, and this orchestra too has its own differences, not just in traditional but according to the situation. When the sacred relic casket is carried out from Sandala chamber, the situational variants of Puja Hevisi shall be played, and this shall be changed to Vadammana Hevisi when the relic casket being carried to the ceremonial tusker. Once again, it will be the Puja Hevisi that will be performed when the relic casket will be placed on the tusker, and Bhairava Valinada shall be played when the royal tusker shall step down to the moonstone and thereby change to the Gamman Hevisi with the commencement of the Perahera.
Different sources of history have pronounced this deity and the Devalaya by different names. Where one such evidence noted by the English prisoner Robert Knox had called the deity in this Devalaya as Alutnuwara Deviyo, who had been brought to Alutnuwara in Kegol from Devinuwara in Matara, while another legend identifies this god as Upulwan Deviyo, which translates to the blue color god.
The heavy troupe of Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya is notably special among all of the other heavy troupe that we seen throughout the procession based on several importance. As we know, the inaugural ritual of the Esala Perahera is the cup situima or the painting of Jack in the auspicious hour, and this piece of Jack plant is being cut from the village Alutnura that is located the footstep of Kaduganawa, which marks the entrance of the district Kandy and is also known as Alutnura Sri Dadimunda Devalaya, that is the main shrine in Sri Lanka that is dedicated to Lord Dadimunda.
The second elephant of Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya Perahera is Suranimala. And on Suranimala's mount we have the Gajanayaka Nilame of Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya. And it's only in the Randoli Peraheras that we can witness all the 4 Gajanayaka Nilames of each and every Devalayas. The Paravi Sandesha anthology that was written in the 15th century describes Lord Vishnu as the destroyer of Asura, which hints a believed similarity between Lord Vishnu and Rama of the great Indian epic of Ramayana. Interestingly, the poetic anthology of Ahale Pola Vamanava that was written in the 19th century calls this shrine as the Rama Devale, or the shrine that is dedicated to Rama. This is even more evident with the cloth painting that the Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya possesses, which illustrates the battle of Rama and Ravana.
Followed by Suranimala, this is the Pantheru dance troupe, which is led by K.P. Dharmasiri. The Pantheru is a musical instrument that is used as the rhythm tool across all 3 traditions of upcountry, low country and Sabarugamur, but the Pantheru dance is exclusively belonging to the Udarata or upcountry tradition of dance.
And next, dressed in blue, we have Rohana Raja Tusker on the left with a Davunda Beraya flag on its mount. And on the right side, we have Matugama Sanju elephant with a Pachalasaya flag on its mount. Followed by the 2 elephants, we have this troupe of Savarang dancers of Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya procession. Now getting back to Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya. It is believed that the Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya in Kandy was built by King Senarath in between 1604 to 1635. During the time in which the Upulwan Devalaya in Alutnuwara was destroyed by the Portuguese in midst of their Kandyan invasion. With the rulers of the Nayakar clan, who are of Indian origin, took over Sri Lanka, the Upulwan Devalaya was transformed to a Vishnu Devalaya based upon their origin of belief.
This troupe of Savarang is led by Mr. Ruwan Talgagoda. And the Savarama, the main tool is used by these dancers, consists of not one but two tassels attached on the both it ends, which makes the longer version of Chamara instrument. However, the Savarama too is meant to serve the same purpose as the Chamaraya, which is to fan and cool the impending icon of worship, which was traditionally the king and today the relic casket or the requirements of God.
The Devalaya is built in a form of a long building with a storied sanctum at the end, where in front of the sanctum is a long hall which is known as the Digge, the hall that was traditionally used by dancers to carry out the veneration for the deity that is currently used by devotees to pray. The building complex is entered through a two-storied Vahalkada to an open hall with timber pillars, which is a middle terrace known as the Magul Madua. A beautifully carved stone flight of steps takes us to the drumming hall leading to the shrine. In addition to the Vishnu Devalaya, a shrine dedicated to worshipping God Dadimund and a bow tree can be found at this site. The next two elephants, dressed in blue, are Gagana and Mudunkot Athinna. And on Gagana we have the Irahanda Kodia, which is the white flag, and the red flag on Mudunkot Athinna is the Savarang Kodia. And in fact, these two flags can be only seen in a Vishnu Esala Perahera.
Among the diverse religious beliefs that are observed in this island nation of Sri Lanka, Lord Vishnu is a virtuous god who is popularly belonging worship by both Sri Lankan Hindus and Buddhism devotees. He is known by 108 names including Hari, Madhava and Narayan, apart from Sri Lankan recognition as Upulwan.
The concept of Trinity in Hinduism, which is known as a Trimurtiya, consists of three main gods, namely Lord Brahma, the creator of the world, Lord Shiva, who is the destroyer of the world, and Lord Vishnu, who is the preserver of the world. Apart from the Trimurti, another similar concept of Hinduism named Smartha involves Lord Vishnu, where 5 deities, including Lord Shiva, Lord Shakti, Lord Ganesh, and Lord Surya, and Lord Vishnu himself, which promotes equal faith to all 5 of these deities.
And now we are witnessing the Udaki dance, which is led by Mr. Kondadeniya Samansiri.
The cult of Lord Vishnu is so popular around the world that we are able to see a chapter of Hinduism named Vaishnavism, where these devotees of Hinduism consider Lord Vishnu as the prime and most supreme deity in their belief. The name Vishnu is said to mean the one who is all pervasive, the one who is everything and inside everywhere, and the one who is free from fetters and bondage.
Going back to the Udaki dance, the origin of the Udakya is believed to be originating from the Amruva drum that is seen in iconography of Lord Ishvara, a renewed deity who is most popular among Hindus around the world. Ishvara is in fact the father of Lord Skanda, which coincidentally built the relationship with Udaki dance and Sri Maha Kataragama Devala procession.
The cult of Lord Vishnu is not just limited to Hinduism, but has a long-standing affiliation with Buddhism as well. The Mahavansa Chronicle of Sri Lanka states that there was a great Utpulvan Deyo or Lord Vishnu who was selected as the guardian or to protect the land of Sri Lanka. Next up we have Kumari Athina and Banda Alia. Followed by the 2 elephants is the troupe of West dancers before the godly ornaments and the royal tusker of Sri Maha Vishnu Devalaya. Legends believe that Lord Vishnu is a future Buddha after God Natha, which is evident reason as to why we see the procession of Sri Maha Vishnu Devalaya following after the procession of Sri Mahanatha Devalaya, according to the tradition of the Kandy Esala Perahera.
Lord Vishnu is believed to be dark skin tone, which is the reason why his illustration shows in the color of blue. His appearance illustrated Lord Vishnu sitting in mythical bird Garuda, known from the Gurula in Sri Lankan context, holding the lotus flower, mace, conchal and Sudarshana Chakra in his 4 hands ahead of the great 5-headed cobra named Shesha. These elements have now become the unique feature of this Perahera segment itself, where we see in the dominance of the color blue through this Perahera of Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya and his godly weapons being used illustrating on the elephant costumes too.
followed by the troupe of West dancers of Sri Maha Vishnu Esala Perahera is the Karya Karavana Korala of the Devalaya. And followed by him is the royal tusker who carries the godly ornaments of Sri Maha Vishnu Devalaya. And the royal tusker for today is Heyantuduwe Rama. And Heyantuduwe Rama is being accompanied by Chutimanike Athinna on left and Alapatha Athinna on right. In fact, Heyantuduwe Rama comes from a great lineage of elephants in the history of Sri Lanka.
And this is the second group of West dancers in Sri Maha Vishnu Esala procession, which is led by Mr. Kondadeniya Samanseri. West dancing was considered as the part of royalty itself, where it was formally associated with the king since the ancient time. When going down history, the West dance performed in the time of Anuradhapura kingdom, and this had been rebranded as the Kandian dance only after the royal had shifted to the kingdom of Kandy.
Talking about the Manapasa, which can be seen in the Vishnu Esala Perahera, the Manapasas, or the 5 honors of the 4 chorales, have symbolized the region's bravery, loyalty, royal recognition, and the connection to the Uppalavarna Vishnu tradition. The 5 honors are the Irahanda Mahakodiya, Davunda drum flag, Savaram flag, Pacha lancer and Ilukkolaya. Among them, the Irahanda Mahakodiya, the great sun and moon flag, holds the highest position of honor. Its history is connected to the ancient Vishnu tradition of Devinuvara and its subsequent journey to Alutnuvara. Traditional poems and historical accounts preserve memories of these honors and the heroic deeds associated with them. The reconstruction of these historic symbols was therefore undertaken not simply as an artistic project, but as an effort to revive, preserve and pass forward the important part of Sri Lanka's cultural heritage. Historical references, research, measurements, visual records and digital reconstruction techniques were used to preserve their original identity as accurately as possible. The project was made possible through the guidance and support of the Basnayaka Nilame of the Kandy Sri Maha Vishnu Devalaya and the Alutnuvara Dadimunda Devalaya Honorable Mahendra Ratwatte, together with the support of researchers, historians, digital designers, craftsmen, temple officials, museum officers, and many others who contributed their acknowledge and effort.
A rare historical video recorded by foreign visitor showing the Manapasa being carried during Dalada Perahera during the time of Basnayaka Nilame Harislevke Ratwatte further provides the valuable visual evidence of this tradition. Ultimately, the project represents more than the recreation of the historic flags and ceremonial objects. It is a tribe to bravery of folk orales, their royal heritage and Utpalavarna Vishnu tradition and the cultural memory preserved through the generations.
And we are now witnessing the Basnayaka Nilame of Sri Maha Vishnu Devalaya, Honorable Mahendra Rathwatte. He is being accompanied by the Mura Ayudha bearers.
And this marked the end of Sri Maha Vishnu Devala procession in first Randoli procession 2026 and the beginning of the Kataragama Devala procession.
The Sri Maha Kataragama Devalaya is in Kandy is one of the key places of worship that are dedicated to Lord Kataragama in the city of Kandy. And the speciality of the Sri Maha Kataragama Devalaya being the only out of the Satara Mahadevala of 4 main shrines that is located outside the premises of Sri Dalada Maligawa, as it is located in the Kotugadalla Vidya, which was known as the ancient Kavikara Vidya, where the poets of the king had used to reside during the times of royalty.
This is the Buddhist flag bearers by Civil Defence Authority. The Sri Maha Kataragama Devalaya had been built during the reign of King Narendra Singha, who ruled the country from the year 1707 to 1739, where it was considered as personal Devala shrine to the Kandyan kings for their devotional rituals in the order to receive the blessings of Lord Kataragama.
A specialty of the Kataragama Perahera in Randoli Peraheras is that it has Hindu influenced dance items, including the peacock dance and Kavadi dance, and also the ankus used by the Gajanayaka Nilame is the same ankus that was used by the Gajanayaka Nilame of the King Veera Parakrama Narendra Singha.
And this is the first heavy visit route of Sri Maha Kataragama Devala procession, which is led by Mr. P.G. James.
The Kataragama Devalaya in Kandy is constructed in the shape of an oblong building with wood-carved valance, boards having a narrow passage on all 4 sides. The premises host a main shrine dedicated to Lord Kataragama, along with several other shrines dedicated to several gods, including Lord Ganapati and Lord Ishwara.
Shrines dedicated to God are referred to as Kovil and Devala in general Sinhalese, but has its differentiation based on the practiced culture of traditions. Kovils are usually managed with pure Tamil cultured practices of Hinduism, while Devalaya have a certain degree of Sinhala Buddhist influence behind them.
This Katharagama Devalaya in Kandy too practices a variety of Tamil-influenced rituals, such as the annual Theru festival that takes place annually in the month of June. And the chief priest or the Iyer hailing from an original South Indian Brahmic lineage itself. But the Buddhist affiliation of the shrine is not less, especially with the administration headed by a Sinhalese Basnayaka Nilame and the Buddhist temple that is located within the Devala premises. And that what makes this shrine as a Devalaya instead of a traditional kovil. The first elephant of the Katharagama Esala Perahera is Podi Raju. Podi Raju belongs to Mr. Chamila Bandarnayaka.
The Ruhnu Maha Katharagama Devalaya that is located in southeastern Sri Lanka is a headquarters shrine of Lord Katharagama that was visited by majority of Sri Lankans from history till now, and it is believed that there is a practice of ancient Kandians to worship Sri Maha Katharagama Devalaya in Kandy before commencing their pilgrimage to the sacred city of Katharagama.
This is Pathuru dance. Pathuru is an upcountry styled folk dance act that is known for its fast tempo when compared to other folk dance acts that is performed in the country. The dancers hold a set of wooden splinters known as Pathuru on one hand, and they perform to the beat of the upcountry Gattabaraya drum and the melodious flute while clapping the splinters on various designated parts of the body.
This troupe of Pathuru dance is led by Hasitha Ramanayaka Academy by Mr. Hasitha Ramanayaka.
Lord Katharagama, or the god of war, is a divine deity who is worshipped as Kanda Kumara, Kakitiye or Murugan in South Indian tradition, and as the Kanda Surindu, Kadira or Katharagamadeyo in Sinhala cult or the Sri Lankan cult. He is considered as one of the most powerful deities who has an appearance of 6 heads and 12 hands, who sits on a peacock with his consorts Tevani Amman and Valli Amman.
It is believed that the Lord Katharagama is the younger son of the Lord Shiva and Goddess Parvati, and he is considered as an important deity in Indian subcontinent since ancient time, worshipped as Mahasena and Kumara in North India, and is predominantly worshipped in the state of Tamil Nadu and other parts of the South India, Sri Lanka, Singapore, Malaysia and Mauritius.
Followed by the troupe of Paturu dancers is the second elephant of the Kataragama Devalaya. This is Kempitiye Athinna. Kempitiye Athinna belongs to Mr. Danuka Kempitiye. And on its mount, you can witness the Gajanayaka Nilame of Kataragama Devalaya. Followed by the elephant is the troupe of Pantheru dancers, which is led by Mr. Nimesh. Getting back to the legend of Lord Kataragama. Just like the other gods, Lord Kataragama too has a weapon unique to himself, known as the Velayudaya, along with the other symbols such as the peacock and the color red. According to Richard Gombrich, Skanda has been an important deity in the Theravada Buddhist pantheon. In countries such as Sri Lanka and Thailand, the Nikaya Samara describes Skanda Kumara as a guardian deity of the island, along with Upulwan, Saman and Vibhishana.
The god Kataragama is mostly represented with the iconography with 6 faces that symbolize 6 of his divine powers or attributes. The first which radiation, light that dispel darkness, the second that express the compassion and pity for human, the third that shows the goodness and gentleness toward the peaceful, the fourth that shine beautifully as the moon while exploring the furtive, and fifth that the bless a victim of the battlefield, and the sixth is the kind husband who shows benevolence to both his consorts.
The legend of Lord Kataragama narrates his arrival in Sri Lanka as a very interesting story of romance. According to the story, Lord Kataragama had witnessed a tribal young girl named Valli from the southeastern wilds of Sri Lanka. The next elephant we have in Kataragama Esala Perahera is the Sudu Manike Athinna. Sudu Manike belongs to Mr. Buddhika Miriyalla. Followed by the elephant is the troupe of Nayandi dancers of the Kataragama Perahera. And this troupe of Nayandi dancers are being led by Mr. Pradeep Nishankar.
The word Nayandi is in fact the name of the costume that is worn by the Nayandi dancers, which is the same costume that is worn by Kandy and West dancers, with the exclusion of the devoted headdress that is replaced with a cloth turban with knot on head, center that is taken the shape of cobra.
The legend of Lord Katharagama narrates his arrival in Sri Lanka as a very interesting story of romance. According to the story, Lord Katharagama had witnessed a tribal young girl named Valli from the southeastern wilds of Sri Lanka, whom he fell in love with. In order to win Valli as his consort, he had reached Sri Lanka via the shores of Devundara in Mathura and reached the city of Katharagama in search for Valli.
Going back to the Nayandi dance here performed, the speciality of the Nayandi dancing is that the dance is primarily performed by primitive Kandian dance artists who have not yet been attained reverentially as a West dancer, and any dance artist who aspire the crowned as Kandian West dancer would first need to master the skill of Nayandi in order to proceed.
The legend of Lord Katharagama is believed to be the divine force behind the ancient king Duttugama in his battle against the Chola invaders of the Dravidian king Elara. The present Ruhunu Maha Katharagama Devalaya was in fact the commitment of the vow that was made by King Duttugama, who built the Ruhunu Maha Katharagama Devalaya, inaugurated its Esala festival, and commemorates the divine marriage between god Katharagama and goddess Valli. The next elephant we have in the Katharagama procession is Hiruni. Hiruni belongs to Mr. Ajit Gallage. This dance item is a unique dance item that can only be seen in the Katharagama Perahera, which is the Kavadi dance.
Among the many different offerings that are made toward the Lord Katharagama, Kavadi dance is renowned as one of the most prominent dance of devotion that is performed to impress the likings. Kavadi is in fact a Tamil word that translates the burden in English language, and this dance ritual originates from the South Indian by the name of the Kavadi Attam or the burden dance.
Devotees believe that Lord Katharagama is impressed by energy, and Kavadi dancing is one of its key interpretations, where these performers hold the hillocks known as kawadi or physical burden, a semicircle shaped wooden prop with peacock feathers attached to it on their shoulders and dance to the fast tempo music in full energy, while at times the most authentic form of kawadi is performed without a single practice of choreography, but instead a fast-paced and highly energetic dance. And along with the kawadi dances, we have the peacock dances. These peacock dances are the dances of Krishu Dancing Academy.
The vibrance of the procession is multiplied by many, with the peacock dance coming into the picture. Sri Lanka identify the peacock as its unique creation of the nature due to the distinct feature of physical appearance, but the speciality of the peacock in this Perahera is beyond its attraction, as this dance depicts the beauty of the peacock as the godly vehicle of the Lord Kataragama.
Once again, this peacock dance is a unique dance item that can only be seen in the procession of Kataragama Devalaya. Getting back to Kavadi, when examining facts about the history of the Kavadi, its ancient story is rooted down in Tamil mythology, where Lord Shiva has entrusted the sage Agastya to install two hillocks, the hill of Sivagiri and Shaktigiri in South India. The task, which was conducted by his disciple Idumban, who lifted these hillocks with divine assistance at one point when he rested down in South Indian village of Palani, that is known for the famous shrine of Lord Murugan, and he found the hillocks being immovable and sufficient, with a Yun claimed ownership of the said hillocks. The Sri Lankan orientation of Kavadi dancing has degenerated into several variants, which are known as Bhakti Kavadi, Kiri Kavadi, Agni Kavadi and Paravi Kavadi, which have their unique features different to each other. And what we see here is, in this procession tonight, is one of the variant Bhakti Kavadi and the general Kavadi, where the uniqueness of this procession tonight variant is concept that this hillock is made under much purified practices and is lifted only after being offered to God with 120 peacock feathers attached to it, with the belief that even 100 people cannot lift the hillock apart from the designated devotee. The elephant in red is Hesara. Hesara belongs to Mr. Ajit Galage.
This is the first troop of West dancers in Sri Maha Kataragama Devala procession, which is led by Malagammana Academy by Mr. A.J. Malagammana.
The god of Kataragama is mostly represented with an iconography with 6 faces that symbolizes 6 of his divine powers or attributes. The first, which radiates light that dispels darkness. The second, that expresses compassion and pity for humans. The third, that shows goodness and gentleness towards the peaceful. The fourth, that shines beautifully as a moon while exploring the future. The fifth phase, that blesses the victims of the battlefield. And the sixth is the kind husband who shows benevolence to both his consorts.
When paying attention to the West dance, being a West dancer is not an easy deal. Any primitive dancer needs years and years of practice and skill in order to be crowned as a West dancer, and they are only permitted to wear West tattua or the much respect headdress is only after they are religiously coronated as the West dancer, which highly respected tradition that is even practiced in the modern times. West dancing is considered as a Rupa Natuma, which means the picturesque dance act. The visual beauty of the dance is commenced by the majestic costume that depict the illustration of the god believed be Malaya king.
We discussed many different reasons as how the Perahera of the Kataragama Devala is much different to the rest of the procession. And another such reason is the Nadashwaram is an ensemble that creates South Indian music offering ahead of the ceremonial elephant who shall carry the godly ornaments of the Lord Kataragama. The instrumentalists are equipped with South Indian Midradgam Shenai pipe, the Tawil drum, while playing music that are of venerative songs towards Lord Kataragama.
Unlike the other 4 Devala shrines, the chief priest of the Iyer of Sri Maha Kataragama Devalaya in Kandy is not the Sinhalese origin, but is in fact the Indian national who is a traditional Brahman lineage, and is still perform this venerating task since many generations, where it was the father who performed this duty before him.
The godly ornaments of Sri Maha Kataragama Devalaya is being carried by the elephant Esala, who is being accompanied by Handala and Gamono. Apart from the Sri Maha Kataragama Devalaya in Kandy, there are several other shrines around Kandy which are dedicated towards God Kataragama, which includes the Wallahagoda Kataragama Devalaya in Gampala, the Ambekke Kataragama Devalaya in Udunuvara, the Ganegoda Kataragama Devalaya in Doluwa, and the Morape Kataragama Devalaya in Pussallava.
This is the second troop of West dancers in Kataragama Devala procession, which is led by Maligawa Academy by J.J. Maligawa.
Followed by the second troop of West dancers in the Kataragama Devalaya is the Basnayaka Nilame of Sri Maha Kataragama Devalaya. The Basnayaka Nilame of Sri Maha Kataragama Devalaya is Honorable Daminda Bandara Uduravana. The Basnayaka Nilame is being accompanied by the Mura Ayudha bearers beside him.
And this marked the end of the Kataragama Devala procession in the first Randoli procession 2026. And this is the beginning of Sri Mahapattini Devala procession of the first Randoli procession. The Sri Mahapattini Devala in Kandy is the only shrine of the Kandian Satara Mahadevalaya that is dedicated to the virtuous goddess Pattini, who is also the only female representation among the guardian deities of the sacred tooth relic. This Devalaya is located in the premises of Sri Dalada Maligawa, which can be easily reached via the Devavidya and separated from Sri Mahanatha Devalaya from ancient Advidya, which used to be the resting ground of the royal elephants.
It is believed that this Devalaya is at least 4 centuries old, as there are written evidence of a Perahera that had been held during the region of King Rajasingha II. According to folklore, the status of goddess Pattini at this Devalaya was brought from the Malagammana Pattili Devalaya during the time of King Vimaladarmasurya I. Even today, the statues at Malagammana Devalaya and the Kandy Devalaya look similar. And this evidence suggests that the Sri Mahapattini Devalaya in Kandy goes back to the 16th century in history.
This is the troop of Buddhist flag bearers by Civil Defence Authority. The male-dominated presence of the artists that we saw in previously no longer visible as we see the entrance of female representation of the Perahera, which is indeed the speciality of Sri Mahapattini Esala Perahera. Being the only goddess that is venerated in this religious pageant, this segment of Perahera not just celebrates the virtues of goddess Pattini, but also celebrates the greatness of women and their beliefs to existence of this world.
The shrine devoted to goddess Pattini in Kandy is a simple, small rectangular building on the usual stone platform. It consists of 4 compartments including the traditional Kandian roof adorns, golden entrance to the chamber and charming elegance that makes this Devalaya a simple but beautiful shrine that is home to many devotees who flock to this Kandian shrine to worship goddess Pattini.
This is the first heavy troop of Sri Mahapattini Esala procession, which is led by Mr. MP Palitha Nishanka, Mr. MP Sirisena and Mr. MP Premadasa. Goddess Pattini is famed as the goddess of chastity and is still being considered as the most popular deity among Sri Lankans despite being goddess of South Indian origin. The virtues of goddess Pattini are narrated in Tamil epic name Silapadikaram, which was written in 2nd century along with several other poetic literature that was written in Sri Lanka during 8th and 9th century.
The first elephant of the Pattini Esala Perahera, the young tusker Mihin Raja, belongs to Venerable Gatamane Gunaratna Thero of Matara Palatuwa Bauddhodaya Vihare. Followed by Mihin Raja is the female Pantheru dancers. The troupe of female Pantheru dancers are led by Mrs. K.M. Ishani Vindya Tulasiri.
As stated before, goddess Pattini is much popular among Sri Lankans due to their power in curing diseases among women and small children. This is the same reason of many of the Sri Lankan low country healing rituals, including Gam Maduwa, Devul Maduwa and Pahan Maduwa, have accepted the protagonist deity as the goddess Pattini. The popularity of these ceremonies can only be agreed by an eyewitness where thousands of devotees spend an entire sleepless night in ritual grounds to the experience and worship this miraculous power of healing.
In addition to the shrine dedicated to Goddess Pattini, we also witnessed a shrine made towards Goddess Durga in the same premises. The current building that we see is believed to be built by King Narendra Singha during his reign from 1707 to 1739. And the next elephant with the Gajanayaka Nilame of Pattini Devalaya on its mount is Ratna. And this is the troupe of Maimpat dancers, which is led by Mrs. Dhananjana Jayaratna. The male male-dominated presence of artists that we saw previously is no longer visible, as we see the entrance of female representation of the Perahera, which is indeed the speciality of the Sri Maha Pattini Devala Perahera. Being the only goddess that is venerated in this religious pageant, this segment of Perahera not just celebrates the virtues of Goddess Pattini, but it also celebrates the greatness of women and their value to the existence of this world.
The cult of Goddess Pattini narrates many amusing stories which are the part of the legend of this great goddess. One of the most interesting out of the legend is a birth story which is popular as Sat Pattini, where it reveals 7 different ways in which she had been born, which includes the story of Goddess Pattini being born out of mango, dewdrop, cobra tear, demet flower, shawl, fire and lightning. The cult of Sat Pattini is also challenged with the different variants which illustrate 12 births known as Dolos Pattini Upata.
This is Nandimitra. Nandimitra is one of the largest builds of elephants we have in Sri Lanka. Nandimitra belongs to the chief monk of Gatabaruwa Rajamaha Vihara, Venerable Kirinde Ananda Thero. The procession of the Sri Maha Pattini Devalaya is the final representation among the 4 main Devala shrines in the Kandy Esala Perahera, where the ceremonial elephant shall be carrying a golden statue of the goddess Pattini within the decorated Run Hilige.
Followed by the Tuscan Nandimitra, this is the female Nayandi dance troupe by Ketumati Academy, led by Miss U.P. Lakshmi Kumari. One may wonder if the elegant presentation of the Kandian dancing is only biased toward the male, as we noticed in the dance of Wes and Nayandi. This thought it certainly proves the wrong with this dance act, which is in fact the Nayandi dance we saw before. But this time the female representation that is choreographed in the way which suits the feminine or luscious atmosphere that is expected out of female performer.
The theories of Kandian dance classifies such female dance presentations as Narinatu, which translates to dance acts which are specially designed to suit the manner and the order of females. The next elephant we have in the Pattini Devala procession is Tarindu. Tarindu belongs to the chief Thero or the chief monk of the Kataragama Rajamahavihare.
Followed by Tarindu, this is the Tandubere dancing troupe, which is led by Mr. Hemantha Sri Ratnakumara by Suvisi Academy.
Goddess Pattini is famed as the goddess of chastity, as it is and is still considered as the most popular deity among Sri Lankans, despite being a goddess of South Indian origin. The virtues of goddess Pattini are narrated in a Tamil epic named Silapadikkarama, which was written in the 2nd century along with several other poetic literature that was written in Sri Lanka during the 18th and 19th centuries. Goddess Pattini is also known as Kannagiyamman in Tamil folklore, where we find many kovils in Sri Lanka that are built by the Sri Lankan Hindus to pay respect to their faith of goddess Pattini as Kannagiyamman.
According to the Silapadikkaram epic, one of the earliest known shrine in Sri Lanka that is dedicated to goddess Pattini, the Navakamma Pattini Devalaya along the bank of Kalani River in Colombo was built in the King II Gajabahu.
The cult of goddess Pattini narrates many amusing stories, which are all part of the legend of this great goddess. One of the most interesting out of such legends is a birth story, which is popular as Sat Pattini, where it reveals 7 different ways in which she had been born, which include the stories of goddess Pattini being born out of a mango, a dewdrop, a cobra tear, Dimata flower, shoal, fire and lightning. The cult of Sat Pattini is also challenged with a different variant which illustrates 12 births known as the Dolos Pattini Upata.
This is the troupe of sword dancers by Navaranga Academy, which is led by Mr. Nishantha Sangeet Navaranga. As we stated before, Goddess Pattini is much popular among Sri Lankans due to her power in curing diseases among the women and small children. This is the same reason of many of the Sri Lankan low country healing rituals, including Gam Maduwa, Devol Maduwa and Pahan Maduwa, have accepted its protagonist deity as Goddess Pattini. The popularity of these ceremonies can only be agreed by eyewitness, where thousands of devotees spend an entire sleepless night in ritual grounds to experience the worship, this miraculous power of healing.
The next young elephant in line is Sanju. Sanju belongs to Mr. Jagat Vithana. As stated before, Goddess Pattini is much popular among Sri Lankans due to her power in curing diseases among women and small children.
Followed by the young Tusker Sanju, this is the troupe of Kalagidi dance, which is led by Mr. R.P. Lahiru Lakshan by Ravi Prabha Academy, Murutalava.
This is the same reason. The reason of Goddess Pattini being popular among Sri Lankans due to her power in curing diseases among women and small children. Among the many reasons of Sri Lankan low country healing rituals, including the Gam Maduwa, Devol Maduwa and Pahan Maduwa, have accepted its protagonist deity as Goddess Pattini. The popularity of these ceremonies can only be agreed by an eyewitness, where thousands of devotees spend an entire sleepless night in the ritual grounds to experience and worship this miraculous power of healing.
The procession of Sri Mahapattini Devalaya is the final presentation among the four main Devala shrines in the Kandy Esala Perahera, where the ceremonial elephants shall be carrying the golden statue of Goddess Pattini in the decorated Ranhilige.
The male-dominated presence of artists that we saw previously is no longer visible, as we see the entrance of female presentation of the Perahera, which is indeed the speciality of Sri Mahapattini Esala Perahera, being the only goddess that is venerated in this religious pageant. This segment of the Perahera not just celebrates the virtues of Goddess Pattini, but it also celebrates the greatness of women and their value to the existence of the world.
This is the troupe of Kulu dance, which is led by Mr. Hemantha Sri Ratnakumara by Sovirisi Academy, Kalin Bindunu Vavel.
It is believed that the Pattini Devalaya in Kandy is at least 4 centuries old, as there are written evidence of a Perahera that had been held during the region of King Rajasingha II. According to folklore, the statue of goddess Pattini at this Devalaya was brought from the Maligawa Pattini Devalaya during the time of King Vimaladharma Surya I. Even today, the statues at Maligawa Devalaya and the Kandy looks similar. And this elephant in yellow is Chula. Followed by Chula is the troupe of Savaran dancers, which is being led by Mrs. Nilekha Vijayanayaka.
The sweet tune of that is blown using the flute is very mesmerizing to hear, and the tune we hear from these flutes are in fact the special poem that are exclusively written to the Savarang dance known as Savarang Kavi. These tassels are not artificial crafted, and in fact is known to be the tail hair of the same deer who lives in tip of the Himalayan mountain, which is used as fanning tool of the royalty since the very ancient time. It is believed that there is no cooling breeze than the air fanned by the Semara tail, and this is why the fanning using these tassels are sometimes known as Semara Salima.
Clad in yellow outfits, we have 2 elephants, and on the left we have Dang Ovita Manike, who belongs to Mrs. Shriyani Gunawardana, and on the right we have Balangoda Kumari, who belongs to Mr. Vijaya Nilmani. Followed by the 2 elephants is the troupe of female Paturu dancers.
These Paturu dancers are led by Mr. Nishantha Sangeet Navaranga by Navaranga Academy, Maradang Kadawala.
The Paturu dance may explicitly seem as if it's a singular choreograph, but careful attention would show how this dance evolves group work, where we see the performers collaborating with each other as a group, and in subgroups that highlights the unity and harmony among the village youth of Sri Lanka. Speaking again of folk dances in Sri Lanka, we are able to notice several notable characteristics such as simplicity, the group collaboration, using of props, enjoyment, and the recital of poems. In fact, the building blocks of rural folk dancing implies the social connections between the villages, where the dancing acts too include several episodes of interactions among them.
Paturu is an upcountry style folk dance act that is known for the fast tempo when compared to the other folk dance act that is performed in the country. The dancers hold a set of wooden splinters known as paturu on one hand, and they perform to the beat of upcountry gatabere drum and the melodious flute while clapping the splinters on the various designed part of the body.
Followed by the troupe of Paturu dancers is the elephant Manike. Manike belongs to the former governor of Kegol, Mr. Nishanka. And followed by Manike is the first West troupe of the Pattini Esala Perahera. Being a West dancer is no easy deal. Any primitive dancer needs years and years of practice and skill in order to be crowned as a West dancer. And they are only permitted to wear the West tattua or the much respected headdress is only after they are religiously coronated as a West dancer, which is a highly respected tradition that is even practiced in the modern items.
West dancing is considered as the Rupanatama, which means the picturesque dance act. The visual beauty of the dance is commented by the majestic costume that depicts the illustration of the god believed to be the Malay king. In addition, the king, the backflip, single-legged twistles, acrobatics, and leap are surely the most spellbinding moments of the West dance.
Upcountry dancing too has its regional variants, just like the Sri Lankan dance traditions of Low Country and Sabaragamu. These regional variants are known as the Kandian variants of Mahanuwara, the Satara Kolere variant and Kegol, and the South Korle variant of Kurunagala. This Perahera is in fact rich with all three of these variants that can be noticed and differentiated with careful attention. It is ironic that Kegol too has its own variant of upcountry dancing, despite being belonging to the Sabaragamuwa province in Sri Lanka. But this is sincerely due to the ancient governing respects that had prevailed in these areas. Followed by the troupe of West dancers is the Kapurala of Sri Mahapattini Devalaya. And followed by him is the royal elephant of Sri Mahapattini Devalaya, who will be carrying the godly ornaments or the godly statue of Sri Mahapattini Devalaya. The majestic royal elephant today is the Giriulla Mangalahastya, or the Giriulla royal elephant, who belongs to Mr. Udara Galapati. The main elephant is being accompanied by Sita on the left, who belongs to Mr. S.N. Samarakodi, and on the right, Rani, who belongs to Mr. Chanaka Jayasekara. And this will be the last troupe of West dancers that you will be witnessing in the first Randoli Perahera of Kandy Esala Perahera. And this specific troupe of West dancers is being led by Mr. Chandana K. Jayaratna.
The dancers who perform in this part of the Perahera are not just the random participant, but in fact they have been performed in Kandy Perahera as lineages since the time of their great ancestors. We see the ancestral lineage of Talgahagoda, Verupitiya, Surasena, Bandara and Ihalavela to the name of few. The dancers who stand first line right in front of the icon of respect in the current heir of the particular lineage who shall be leading the dance troupe. The costume that is worn by the West dancer are very unique, as it is believed to be half of the exact same costume that was the regalia of Malay king. The colors of white and red take prominence as only the shade present in West costume, that is different in multicolored costume that we see in our low country tradition. And it is interesting to hear that the costume consists of 64 different pieces of accessories that includes Paimpat, Nettimalaya, Todupat, Karapatiya, Aulharaya, Bubulupatiya, Silambua and Bandiwalalu, to name a few.
The Malay king is believed to be a Suryan in lineage, and the Sikabandaniya, which is the majestic headdress that is worn by the West dancers, is designed in a way which represents the sun, with its outward spikes that are similar to the rays of the sun. The effort to create the look of the sun through this costume is also succeeded with the UI Udaya and Rally frills that are meant to picture the sun. One may thus believe that the West dance is in fact a Surian affiliated dance too.
The steps of the West dance are highly masculine, which is known as Thandava in technical language. The dance is choreographed in very heavy step that could be performed only by the strongest of men, and undoubtedly the dance performance that requires a lot of energy to perform. The audience cannot be experienced the energy of West dance, but this is also the opportunity to learn about the highly energetic Sri Lankan men who had evolved since our history in this country with the most man-made development.
The West dances are traditionally honored by the kings since the ancient times due to their role in dispelling unseen inimical forces. Even though the West dance is much popular in today's context as a performing art more than of a ritual, the practice of gifting royal honor still takes place. In fact, all these dancers customarily visit the president's house after the conclusion of the Day Perahera, where selected artists are honored with state awards by His Excellency the President of Sri Lanka itself. And followed by the second troupe of West dancers of the Pattini Devalaya is the Basnayaka Nilame of Sri Maha Pattini Devalaya. The Basnayaka Nilame is Honorable H.M.L. Hemaratna Bandara Herath. The Honorable Basnayaka Nilame is being escorted by the Mura Ayudha bearers along with the Sun and Moon flag bearers. Behind him is the officials who are known as the Rajakari Karuan. You're now witnessing one of the main specialities that you see in a Randoli Perahera and not in a regular Kumbal Perahera. It is the custom that 4 palanquins, which are called Randoli in Sinhalese, are being carried right at the end of the procession during the 5 nights of Randoli Peraheras. The 4 palanquins represent the queen's identity in the Perahera, and they in fact represent the 4 Devalayas of Natha, Vishnu, Kataragama and Pattini.
The palanquins, which also known as the Randoliya or Dholava, is a special carrier that used to commute the queen in the ancient time, and this Randoliya takes a very special place in Randoli Perahera customs, not just in Kandy Esala Perahera but also the many Perahera festivals across the country.
And that marks the end of the first Randoli Perahera of the Kandy Esala Perahera 2026. We hope that our country will be blessed with fertility and rains. For 6 consecutive nights, we witness the glamour of the Perahera.
May our country